My compliments for the piece of Mozart last night.
Oh, thank you.
It was so wonderful. The emotion so strong.
Thank you so much. So you were still there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aber, aber, aber Shri Mataji war ja immer erst beim Evening Program da.
Ein was?
Shri Mataji war ja beim Abendprogramm da. Nicht davor.
Nein, aber wenn wir das Arti machen, dann brauchen wir ein Bild.
Ja, klar.
Wenn wir kein Bild haben, dann müssen wir es dort machen.
Nein, aber bis zum Arti kommt das sicher schon.
Wenn Manuel es schafft, bis zum Arti da zu sein,
So, ja, dann kann ich schon starten. Ne?
dann geht's. Ja?
Und jetzt kann ich starten?
Er hat gesagt, das ist klein, hat sie gesagt, er ist geschrien, hallo Mama, then it will work out. Mani, danke. Du magst dann ja.
Ja, Philipp macht schon Stress.
Bis dahin wissen wir, das Arti machen.
Aber Edith, die warten auf ein Bild, aber ich fange jetzt an. Trotzdem. Jai Shri Mataji. Let's all bow down. Let's do namaskar and raise our kundalinis. And let's go silent. Shh.
Yes.
Let's sing the mantra of Sri Ganesha. Tvameva sakshat Shri Ganesha sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha. Let's put our attention to the center Muladhara and we can sing the note Sa. 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 The sound of the Muladhara connects the Muladhara with the Nabi and the Vishuddhi. We can sing these notes. Sa, Ga, Pa. Sa, Ga, Pa. Sa, Ga, Pa. Sa, close our eyes and just listen to the music. We can put our attention to the left nabi. Left nabi connects to center Vishuddhi and Sahasrara. Left nabi, center Vishuddhi, Sahasrara. We can sing Ga, Pa, Ni, and we follow the music with our attention into the chakras. Ga, Pa, Ni. Ga, Pa, Ni. Ga, Pa, Ni. Let's sing the mantra of Gruha Lakshmi, Shri Gruha Lakshmi, and let's sing the Puja version with the melody. Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Gruha Lakshmi Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namah. go to left heart. Put our attention to the left heart. We can sing Ma. The sound of the heart connects the left heart with the center Muladhara and front Agya. Sa, ma, da. Sa, ma, da. Let's go to left Vishuddhi. Left Vishuddhi connects to left Svadhisthana and Sahasrara. Re, pa, ni. Re, pa, ni. Re, pa, ni. Let's sing the mantra Shri Vishnu Maya. Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Vishnu Maya Sa Let's go to back Agya. And back Agya connects to left Nabi and center Muladhara. Sa, ga, da. Sa, ga, da. Sa, ga, da. Sa, ga, da. We go to Sahasrara. Sahasrara is connected to left heart and right Swadhisthana. Re, ma, ni. Re, ma, ni. Re, ma, ni. Re, ma, Satchitananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Satchitananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Satchitananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Satchitananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. We can now prepare for the Arti and all get up and sing the Maha Mantras. Tvameva sakshat Shri Mahalakshmi Mahasaraswati Mahakali Trigunatmika Kundalini Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Kalki Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Kalki Sakshat Shri Sahasrara Swamini Moksha Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Bolo Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Ki Jai.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to collectively welcome Shri Mataji. So let's, in our hearts, remember that Shri Mataji is here present with us throughout the whole evening. Divine Holy Mother, with deepest respect, we would like to welcome you to today's evening program. 55 years ago, in your infinite compassion, you bestowed the greatest gift on mankind by opening the Sahasrara, resounding your call of love to all seekers of ages around the world. How many lifetimes we searched for you, for the truth. What a privilege, what a blessing to have finally arrived at your holy lotus feet in this lifetime. Shri Mataji, your children here tonight are so joyous to offer this humble evening program to please you, to show respect to the arts, and to spread the joy of oneness, preparing us to herald you tomorrow as Sri Sahasrara Swamini. Jai Shri Mataji. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome to today's evening program. And it is so beautiful to be here together to celebrate this auspicious occasion. And also to have Mother here, to remember that she's here throughout the whole evening program. Every act that is performed for her. So we have an array of wonderful acts today. So I'll pass on to Auntie Purna, who needs no introduction.
We are together. We are on one mic. We are to be together. So we are really very, very happy to welcome all the brothers and sisters from the hosting countries at the feet of our Holy Mother. And tonight is going to be a night of beautiful acts. 3 acts, exactly. The first part, we're going to have songs from Emanuel Schulz, Victor, and Hans will play with them, and also Anton, and also Anjani will sing. And this will be a first part that we would like, with our mother's permission, to offer to our dear brother Wolfgang. And today we want to bring his joy, we want to bring his devotion, we want to bring all the compassion that he always expressed, and wishing that all of us, Mother, dear brothers and sisters, can express that compassion, that devotion, that joy, that commitment that our angel brother did express in his life. And all the love that is spread around in this collective, all the love and the support he gave, we celebrate at your feet, Mother, today, because we really want to be the greatest son and daughters of the Adishati like he was. To Wolfgang. The second part, it is a classical part. It represents the Western culture, the enlightened part. What do you say about that, Anjani?
Well, you are very lucky to have someone who knows a lot about classical music. So Uncle Mani will run us through that part. He has so much knowledge. If you have any questions you want to ask, you can tell Auntie Purna about classical music, about Mozart. She will ask him while he guides us through the evening.
They can prepare papers.
Yes. And then at the end, we're going to let you know what's coming so you don't leave. So we have the amazing Shubendra Rao and Saskia Rao. And I must say, you're really in for a treat. The first time I heard them, I was just a yuva, and I was so mind blown by this beautiful mix of Indian classical and Western music. Shubendra plays the sitar and Saskia the cello, but Indian style. It is absolutely breathtaking, and you'll probably recognize some of the melodies. I think they're used in some of the Sahaj videos that are played a lot. So please do stay. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We are not waiting any longer to start. So let's give the welcome to these brothers and sisters, and we'll start the beautiful evening for you. And of course, we will start with the Ganesha Arti. That is a call for justice. It is a call to the Holy Spirit to come to our rescue and empowered us with the strength of innocence, with the strength of devotion, to be able to fight these very bad times. But we know the strengths that we have inside. So like in all the difficult times, we call to God and we ask to be ready for the silent, peaceful fight. The second song is Sorrow, and it's a Blake song. And again, is dedicated to the compassion that we need to have inside of us, the compassion that we need to express to each other, the compassion and the love we show when we listen to someone with our heart and not superficially, when we feel our brothers and sisters as part of us. Then there will be a beautiful song sung by Anjani, Cool River. A song dedicated to her father, where we feel that we are every day so lucky to have reached the source of the Spirit, where we can quench our thirst. And what better place than this place, Cabella, the source of the Spirit. And then we'll end this first section with a beautiful intermission from the magic flute, where all of you will be part of. You don't know, but you will sing. You will sing. So let's give a big hand. Thank you, Jeshimati. To start with, Anton, as you all know, as a wonderful musician, interpreter, composer. We start with a composition inspired by Dante Alighieri, the Vita Nuova, as he is after. It's not now. Old life, not new life, okay? Sorry, Anton. Go.
We start with a wonderful composition of Victor Vertuni di Albanella.
Falanci Jai Deva Jai Deva Jai Mangala Murti Mangalamurti Darshan Madre Mana Kamala Murti Radna Kachita Fara Tuza Gauri Kumara Chandana Chiuti Kum Kum Keshera Jadita Mukuta Shobha Tobara Runchunti Nupure Charani Gagarya Jai Deva Jai Mangala Murti Darshan Matre Mana Kamala Purti Jai Deva Jai Mangala Murti Darshan Matre Mana Kamala Purti Lambodar Pitambar Fanibar Vandana Sarer Sunda Vakra Tunda Trinayana Das Ramacha Vadpahe Sadana Nirvani Rakshave Survar Vandana Jai Deva Jai Mangala Murti Darshan Madre Mana Kamala Murti Jai Deva Jai Mangala Murti Darshan Madre Mana Kamala Murti
The next song is also composed by Victor Vertuni. The text is by William Blake, and it's a wonderful song about compassion, human compassion and divine compassion. Do you want to say something about this song?
Just that a very wise person said in conjunction with William Blake's poetry that where there is an absence of feeling, there barbarity is quick to take its place. And William Blake reminded us of our divine humanity, the seed of love to blossom within us during our lifetimes and to respect every form of human life and our own selves. And in this beautiful, protected environment where we are so blessed, we are also performing puja for the whole of humanity, invoking Shri Mataji's blessings and compassion. I see another's woe and not be in sorrow too? Can I see another's grief and not seek for kind relief? Can I see a falling tear and not feel my sorrow share? Can a father see his child weep, not be with sorrow filled? Can a mother sit and hear an infant groan, an infant fear? No, no, never can it be. Never, never can it be. Never, never can it be. Never, never can it be. And can he who smiles on all hear the wren with sorrow small? Hear the small bird's grief and care? Hear the woes that infants bear? And not sit beside the nest, pouring pity in their breast, and not sit the cradle near, weeping tear on infant's tear, and not sit both night and day, wiping all our tears away. Oh no, never can it be, never, never can it be. Oh no, never can it be, never, never can it be. He doth give his joy to all, he becomes an infant small, he becomes a man of woe, he doth feel the sorrow too. Think not thou can sigh a sigh, and thy maker is not by. Think not thou canst weep a tear, and thy maker is not near. Oh, he gives to us his joy, that our grief he may destroy. Till our grief is fled and gone, he that sit by us alone. Can a mother sit and hear an infant groan, an infant fear? No, no, never can it be. Never, never can it be. No, no, never can it be. Never, never can it be. No, no, never can it be. Never, never can it be.
Now we invite on stage Anjani and Carlo. Carlo has not decided yet if he will join. No. The next song is a wonderful song composed by our dear brother Wolfgang. And he also recorded a very nice version together with Anton. And today I understood they performed this recording over there. I thought they performed it in Vienna, but it's really before this altar. So very nice. You have to see it on YouTube. But today is the first time.
Hello.
It's the first time that Anjani will sing the song, and the first time that we play it with her. But we are very happy.
Turning to its best, and the tears of joy are trickling from my eyes. And I never want to be chained again to the life I left before. All these useless habits and useless fears you have taken away from me. Describe the peace I feel when the rough sea's coming down. Steady eyes without desire, watch the other children play. Silence in my mind and soul, 'cause I found you at last. My life is turning to its best, and the tears of joy are trickling from my eyes. And I never want to be chained again to the life I've lived before. Useless habits and useless fears you have taken away from me. La la la.
Thank you so much, Anjani. So now we will prepare a bit the pieces we will play later. We will play parts of the Magic Flute of Mozart. Those who were here 26 years ago in Cabela, they have heard when we played the Magic Flute for Shri Mataji, and of course Wolfgang was in the Magic Flute and the driving force behind it. And it's a very special composition by a very special composer. Shri Mataji said that Mozart is an incarnation of sage Narada, Narad Muni. He is the son of Brahmadeva and the personal student of Sri Shiva and the devotee of Sri Vishnu and also the friend of Sri Krishna. So he's very special. And now we will sing together one piece where the Magic Flute will sing about bells that are magic bells. They can transform people. And we have a text, I think, that we can show. And I will tell you the text and you will repeat it. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. Okay, now you. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. Very good. That means that sounds so wonderful, that sounds so beautiful. And the second part of the text is very easy. It's la 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 la. Let's go together. La 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 la. Now we will sing it. I will sing it once, and those who know it, they can already sing along. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. La 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 la. Very good, very good. So once again, for those who heard it the first time, das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. 1, 2. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. La 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 la. The second part is nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. I've never seen or heard anything like that. Yeah? Nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. Nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. La 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 la. Nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. La 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 la. Very good. And those who are even better musicians or great musicians, they can sing a second melody. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. La 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 la. Nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. La 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 la. Great. So this was the general rehearsal, and now we will do the performance for Shri Mataji, because she likes the magic flute. And first I will play the magic bells, and then we will sing, because we are transformed by this music of Mozart. Das klinget so herrlich, das klinget so schön. La 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 la. Nie hab ich so etwas gehört und gesehen. La 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 la
So, to continue, first of all, I wanted to say that if you want to go more at the two sides and leave this line free, then you can see all better. We are just getting used to have Mother in the usual position where she was. So you can move more at the sides. Now we start with the second part, the classical part, and Mani will be our, conductor for this journey, this beautiful journey into classical music, into Mozart and Strauss. You will feel music that will want you to make dance, and you will feel music that will fill your heart, and you will feel music and hear music that will fulfill all the desire of your Sahasrara. So let's give a big hand to this wonderful musician. And I think they are ready for us. At the very beginning, this time I hope to don't make mistakes again, but at the beginning of this part, we will start with a composition from Anton. And this composition is being inspired by Dante Alighieri, then I think all of you know, at least the Italians, I hope. And it's called Vita Nuova. Vita Nuova is the new life. And as he was in search, and through Beatrice, he found the self-realization that he manifested through his poetry and his beautiful writings, where he expressed all the beauty of when we get the self-realization, and never to forget how hard it is for many people to find their way to God, and how wonderful and beautiful it was for us. So let's give them a big hand and start with this composition, and Anton will tell us a bit more about this journey. Thank you.
So, good evening. This will be, I want to offer this composition to the collectivity and to Sri Mataji, which embraces the beautiful poetry of Dante Alighieri, derived from his experience of self-realization, which he received in a quite a unique way. Every saint has their own unique style, and Dante Alighieri's was the one where he got an absolutely blissful encounter at the young age of 9 with a young girl who became his spiritual Shakti, you can say. And at that moment he describes in his book his experience of self-realization. And it was the milestone of all his life in a way, and how he wrote his Divine Comedy, as we know. It was all coming from that experience, which came from this innocent, beautiful, pure love, which he expressed in the following poetry. So Dante writes, when after encountering how he addresses her, the lady of his heart, in the age of 9 years old, he says the following: "At that time, truly I saw the vital spirit which dwells in the innermost chamber of the heart started to tremble so powerfully that its disturbance reached the slightest of my pulses. And trembling it spoke,
Ecce Deus, fortior mei, qui veniens, dominabitur mihi."
"Behold, here is God, mightier than I, who came to rule me." Then the spirit that governs all the senses marveled at her beauty and said to the eyes,
"Apparuit iam beatitudo vestra."
"Your beauty and bliss have now appeared before you." And at that time, the natural spirit which resides in the place of my digestion cried out in sorrow,
"Heu miser, quia frequenter impeditus ero decepts."
"Alas, I will often be hindered from now on. From then on, I swear that love ruled over my soul with unwavering power. It ruled me through the strength of my imagination so that I had no choice but to follow his every command. And even though love ruled me through the image of his beauty, it was so dignified in its power that it never allowed love to govern me without the faithful counsel of reason, where such guidance was helpful.
Thank you, Anton.
So we started with this piece of Anton. For this next part, the only living composer. Because now we will play a first piece by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And those who remember the times of the Magic Flute, year 1999 in Cabela, and the year 2000 in Canajoharie, and also in the Riverside Theater, New York. Shimataji saw our performances 3 times. Once in Cabela, once in the Riverside Theater, and once in Canajoharie. And there was a funny story. Before the performance in the Riverside Theater, Anand, the grandson of Shimataji, told me later that they were very late. And we were a bit afraid that Shimataji might come 2 hours later or 3 hours later. But Shimataji came totally on time. Perfect, at the perfect right time. Like Gandalf. Yeah? She comes always to the right time. But Anand told us that they had a big stress. They were very late. And he said, Shimataji, this time we will not make it. And Shimataji said, we will make it. No problem. He said, no. This time we cannot make it. But of course they made it. And now we will play the first aria of Papageno, Der Vogelfänger bin ich ja. And we have a very nice singer for that. And that is somebody you most probably know as a very important and famous sound master of our Cabela team. But he's also a singer, very nice singer from Italy, Renzo.
Pumpen wie Frauen lustig sein, wenn alle Vogel sind dabei.
We were searching for a singer for this evening, and I'm very gladful to Purna that she found Renzo. So it's really great.
Renz was already found by himself, I think.
So this is a wonderful aria by Papageno, and now we will go to a very nice duetto of Pamina and Papageno. But first I want to introduce all the musicians. So we have Carlo Gitti on clavinova. He plays on an original clavinova from the 18th century. And here we have a whole family of musicians. It's Sonia, Laura, Flori, and Miri Holavega. Their father also wanted to play, but he broke his shoulder, his left Vishuddhi, I think. Yeah? So we have Carol from Cabella. Carol normally plays the violin, but today he plays the viola for us, so it's special. And so Sonia was also playing in the magic flute in America, and her husband Wolfgang, and of course Purna was also there. What is your memory of the magic flute?
And lots of mud. Because as you remember in Canojari, we were actually navigating in mud. And to get up there with all the instruments, all the set, I mean, even Wolfgang, you remember, we are all with big plastic boots going up the hill in the middle of the mud to perform the magic flute for Shimataji. Now, it was beautiful. It was an amazing journey. I remember so many people engaged and singer, musician. It was just like a dream. And then, of course, the wonderful vibration of these operas. And then in little parts we'll bring back today.
So the next part is the duetto of Pamina and Papageno. And this time, our second violin, Laura Holavega, will sing. So, and this is a very special piece. There they sing of love, but it's more a brother-sister love. They are not a couple, of course, but they represent the brother-sister relationship. And the text is very special because it's written man and wife and man, they'll become like gods again. So it's about a spiritual awakening and a spiritual transformation. So we will play for you Bei Männer, welche Liebe fühlen.
Festtagen sie nicht in Kreisen der Natur. In Bodensee sein Mond kann nichts anderes sein als Weib und Mann. Nichts anderes sein als Weib und Mann. Mann und Weib und Weib und Mann. Mann und Weib und Weib und Mann. Bleiben an, die Gott denkt ein. Mann und Weib und Weib und Mann. Bleiben an, die Gott denkt ein. An die Gott denkt ein. An die Gott denkt ein.
Purna,
Yes, Mani Schulz.
Purna, we have special guests tonight.
I can see
Did you
that.
see? Maria Theresia, Archduchess of Austria, by the grace of God, Roman Empress of the German nation, Queen of Hungary, Bohemia, Dalmatia, Croatia, Slavonia, Galicia, Lodomeria, etc., etc., Duchess of Burgundy, Steyr, Carinthia, and Carniola, Grand Duchess of Transylvania, Margravine, Moravia, Duchess of Brabant, Limburg, Luxembourg, Gelders, Württemberg, Upper and Lower Silesia, Milan, Mantua, Parma, Piacenza. Guastalla, Princess of Swabia, Princely Countess of Habsburg, Flandern, Tirol, Hainaut, Kaiburg, Gorizia, Gradiska, Margravine of the Holy Roman Empire of Burgau, Upper and Lower Lusatia, Countess of Namur, Lady of the Windig March and Mechelen, etc. Duchess of Lothringen and Bar, Grand Duchess of Tuscany, etc., etc., etc. And her husband, of course, Grand Duke of Tuscany, Duke of Lothringen and Bar, and of God's grace, Roman Emperor.
It's enough. Master composer of Schulz and noble lady Verduni di Albanella. I'm just here to enjoy this music. I once knew this composer, Mozart, and I wanted to enjoy this wonderful place, these wonderful musicians. And we used to dance a lot when we were young, isn't it? Yes, yes. Although, at the beginning of my reign, these were hard times.
Your Majesty, may I most humbly ask you about your reign? How did it all start?
Well, before I tell this story, I'm quite sure, darling, you want to say something.
Yes, my dear Rezel, you know I'm very fond of you,
Yes.
but you also understand I have to go back to my studies.
Yes.
You know my passion for mineral collections. You know I'm building the first zoo in the world called Schönbrunn.
Wonderful.
Yes, and also, by the way, I have to take care of our finances.
Oh, that's important.
So, if you excuse me.
Yes, my love. Noble lady, you may go. He will come back, don't worry. So, your question, Master Composer of Schulz. Actually, when I was born, 1717, no matter to talk about my age after more than 300 years. When I was born, my family, the Habsburg family, the royal family, had already ruled over Austria and several other countries for several hundred years, in the 16th generation. But when I was a child, for the first time, there was no male heir. Not a single one. Not one of them.
No brother?
No.
No cousin?
No.
No nephew and no uncle?
No. Just me and my younger sister. And female reign, female succession was very unusual at that time in the Habsburg dominions. So my father, he was very anxious to secure my throne, the throne for me, his eldest daughter. And he also didn't want his kingdom to be torn apart between different heirs. So he made all the princes of Europe promise that they would accept one reign, my reign, by a kind of contract, the so-called pragmatic sanction.
I think when you were still a little girl, all the ambassadors reported about you in their respective countries. And the English ambassador, Sir Thomas Robinson, told his king at home in London. What did he say?
She's a princess full of fire. She already thinks very sharply. She strives to gain insight into the affairs of the country.
Well, yes, but fact was, the moment my father was no more, all these princes of Europe forgot their promises. Nobody believed that a young woman like me could rule such a huge kingdom. I was only 23 years old and pregnant with my 4th child. Oh yes, some years ago I had married the love of my life. You have seen him before, Franz Stephan of Lothringen. But that's another story. It's another play. It's another day. Okay. So, as I said before, all the princes of Europe just forgot their promises and they tried to get bits and pieces of my kingdom. One of them even waged war against me. All my old ministers, all the counselors, they just lost their courage and faith. They were hopeless. But I didn't give up so easily. I knew I'm a woman, but at least as good as a man.
And what did you do?
What did I do? Well, first, I had to convince the fierce and strong Hungarians, the Hungarian noblemen. They were strong warriors, and I needed their support. So I rode into their city on a horse with a sword in my hand. And then I took the newborn baby, the crown prince, in the other arm. I was young and I could move a lot at that time. So I took the crown prince and I gave a passionate speech.
I may only be a little queen, but I have the heart of a king.
All the Hungarian noblemen, they fell on their knees and they swore loyalty. And even my enemy, the great Friedrich der Große from Preußen, he said about me and about my dynasty,
Finally, the Habsburgs have a man, and it is a woman. Nevertheless, it still took some time in the beginning.
yes, it took some time. It took me 7 years to consolidate my reign. But after that, nobody doubted me any longer. I got myself new ministers, new councillors with more courage and faith, and I started to pull everything together.
Order is everything. It is the soul of business.
That's what I said. And I transformed and reformed the whole kingdom thoroughly throughout the next 40 years. The army, the administration, the finances, the taxes, the social system, the healthcare, legislation. For example, Joseph, the crown prince, who was a baby and then was an adult after some years, he and me, we stopped torture. And especially, I reformed the educational system. And many of these reforms are still valuable today. But especially, I really did not want to have any war anymore in my countries. So I stuck to Austria's motto.
While other nations do battle, you, lucky Austria, marry.
So now we will have another piece from the magic flute. The magic flute contains many archetypal qualities and divine qualities, and one of them is the guru. He's called Sarastro, and he's even composed in the key of the void. So it's very interesting, and it has a very nice and spiritual text. In these sacred walls, where man loves man, where yogis love yogis, there is no traitor because you forgive your enemy. It's a very, very nice text. In diesen heiligen Hallen, wo Mensch den Menschen liebt, kann kein Verräter lauern, weil man dem Feind vergibt.
In diesen heiligen Hallen kennt man die Lage nicht. Und ist der Mensch gefallen, führt Liebe ihn zur Pflicht. Bam der Herren Freude sorgt, vergüten Freuds bessere Land. Dann bald der Herren Freude sorgt, vergüten Freuds bessere Land. Dann bald der Freude sorgt, vergüten Freuds bessere Land. In bessere Land. In diesen heiligen ist der Mensch liebt, kann kein Verräter bleiben, wenn man den Feind vergibt. Denn solche Lieder nie frei verdient nicht ein Mensch zu sein, wenn solche Lehren nicht erfreut, verdient nicht ein Mensch zu sein. Ein Mensch zu sein.
One very famous piece is by Papageno. It's the aria where Papageno plays the Glockenspiel, the magic bells. In our performance in America, our emperor played the Glockenspiel. And Shimataji gave him the blessings for the premiere performance. So it was perfect. Engelbert. Yeah. And Shimataji tested. The Empress was the second boy of the magic flute. Shimataji tested us in the performance in Kabbalah because 5 minutes before we started with the magic flute, Wolfgang came to us and he said, Shimataji wants Binati Suniye to be played in the magic flute. And we were like, all our conditionings were breaking and we were thoughtless and thinking of how to do it. And then we decided that the one who sang Sarastro, the guru, Gerald Wirth, he was the artistic director of the Vienna Boys Choir. So he sang Binati Suniye. And afterwards, Shimataji said, I just wanted to test you, if you can do that. And but in the magic flute, there is a part where Tamino is alone and he plays on his flute. And there the flute player can play what he wants. So in America, in New York, we decided that the flute player plays Binati Suniye. And when there was the premiere performance and Shimataji came with Sir CP and Anand, when this part happened, Shimataji said to Sir CP, you hear Binati Suniye? So, but now we will have the magic bells, but not played by the emperor, but by me.
She's here again, eh? I tell you, she's here again.
She's here again.
Yes.
Get up.
Get up.
Get up.
Get up.
Get
They
up.
don't get up.
My people. Maria Theresia, Archduchess of Austria, by the grace of God, Roman Empress of the German nation, Queen of Hungary, Bohemia, Dalmatia, Croatia, Slavonia, Galizia, Lodomeria, etc., etc., Duchess of Piacenza.
Enough, 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 my court. You may sit down. Enough, musicians. Enough, master composer of Schultz and noble lady Vertuni di Albanella. Grazie. I'm only here. I'm very aware of the position which I got in the world and the duties which I have in the world by the grace of God Almighty. But today, I'm just here with my children. My children, and there they are. Come.
Oh.
Come. Some of them. When I was ruling over Austria and the Habsburg dominions, which was practically half of Europe, I gave birth to 16 children. Yes, yes. The women clap. I was practically pregnant all the time. 3 of my babies died. But with 13 children, my most beloved husband and I, we enjoyed some family life, which was not so usual at that time in royal courts of Europe. Every princess and every prince had their own little court, their servants, their governors, but still we had some connection. We were closer than it was usual at that time. I was involved in the education, but I was quite a strict mother. Yeah, wasn't I? My daughters, they were Maria Anna, Maria Elisabeth, Marie Christine, Maria Amalia, Johanna Josefa, Maria Carolina, and Maria Antonia. And my sons, they are hunting with their father. That's why he is not here at the moment. So my sons are Joseph, Karl, Leopold, Ferdinand, and Maximilian. But children, show me now what you've learned from your dance master, the noble lady Vertuni di Albanella. I want to see it. Well done, my children. Well done. Wonderful.
Oh, but who is that?
Who's that?
Yes, who
That
is that?
is little Mozart.
Oh,
When he was just a little boy, he and his family gave a concert for me, and my family at the castle of Schönbrunn. And after the concert, he jumped on the lap of the Empress, on my lap, and I kissed him.
When Mozart came to Vienna with 6 years old, he played for the Empress, and in the night before this concert, he slept at a restaurant called the White Ox. And it's the same address as our Sahaj city center in Postgasse, Vienna. Can you imagine? When Mozart was 13 years old, he got a commission by the Empress for a mass for an orphanage church, for the opening. And he composed this mass, and he also conducted it in front of Maria Theresia, and he was only 13 years old.
So, Your Majesty, when your children got older, what was it all about? You lucky Austria Mary?
You lucky Austria Mary? Yes, as I said, I didn't want to have any more war in my countries. So I married my children off to other royal courts, other royal families in Europe, even families who had been former enemies. They became relations. So there was peace. I kept peace like that. This is Maria Carolina. She will marry the King of Naples. She will become 18 children, even more than me. She's quite similar to me, powerful. There is an interesting anecdote when the mighty King of Spain, who was the father of the King of Naples, one day he said to his son, he wrote a letter, "Son, you're too much influenced by your wife, even politically. You do not listen to me anymore. I'm the mighty King of Spain." But my son-in-law, the husband of Maria Carolina, he answered his father, the mighty King of Spain,
"Your Majesty, between you and me, there is the sea. Between my wife and me, there is only a pillow."
And this is Marie Christine. He was also called Mimi. Some people said that she was my favorite daughter, but I really tried to be loving and just to all my children. But it is true, she was the only child who was allowed a love marriage. I had a love marriage myself. So she married the noble Albert. They didn't have children, but they collected art and supported artists, thus creating a world of nobility and beauty.
With the collections of Albert and Mimi, the wonderful art gallery and museum Albertina in Vienna was founded, which is one of the most renowned museums even today.
Children, let's go.
So for the next piece, we will need Renzo again. Renzo, welcome on stage. He will sing an aria from Figaro. And Figaro was a very famous opera in which city? Anybody here from Prague? Nobody here from Prague? In Prague, there's still the only original Mozart theater. So let's see Figaro there soon. Non più andrai, but first I tell you one story. At the airport in Vienna, Shimataji was listening to a Mozart piece that we were playing. My wife Elizabeth was playing the cello, I was playing the violin, and we had a clarinet quintet. And we had only prepared the first movement. But then Shimataji worked on a sick person. And she always said, keep going, play more. And in the end, we had played 4 movements, but we had only prepared the first one. And Shimataji really made it like a miracle happen that we could play it without preparing it. And in the end, Shimataji said that the Mozart music helped her so much working on this sick woman. Of course, she doesn't need any help, but it was a very nice story. And now, Non più andrai from Figaro.
Non più andrai, farfallone amoroso, notte e giorno girando, belle belle, dormendo e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Belle belle, dormendo e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Non più avrai questi bei pennacchini, quel cappello leggero e galante, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante, quel vermiglio donnesco colore, quel vermiglio donnesco colore. Non più avrai quei pennacchini, quel cappello, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante. Non più andrai, farfallone amoroso, notte e giorno girando, belle belle, turbando e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Belle belle, turbando e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Guarda Pietro, sciotto il pacco, guarda Mustacchi stretto sacco, schioppa e spalla, sciabla al fianco, collo dritto, muso franco, un gran casco, un gran turbante, molto d'or, poco contante, poco contante, poco contante. Ed invece del fandango una marcia per il fango, per montagne e per valloni, con le nevi e solleoni, al concerto di tromboni, dei bombardi e dei cannoni, che le tombe a tutti i tuoni all'orecchio fan fischiare. Non mi avrai quei pennacchini, non mi avrai quel cappello, non mi avrai quella chioma, non mi avrai quell'aria brillante. Non mi andrai, farfallone amoroso, notte e giorno girando, belle belle, turbando e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Belle belle, turbando e riposo, narcisetto adoncino d'amore. Alla vittoria, alla gloria militare, fenomeno alla vittoria, alla gloria militare, alla gloria militare, alla gloria militare.
Renzo. Another born realized composer of Austria was Johann Strauss Jr. And we will play his Annenpolka.
But dear Maria Theresia, what do you think about our modern times?
What do I think about this modern music? Strauss, polka, waltzer? Well, it's a little bit too modern for me, but I like it.
Resal, I have to go. Modern.
Well, the world changes.
The world changes, but some principles don't change, Your Majesty.
You were a leader, but you were always a mother as well, and you never denied it. You never led like a man. But what would you tell the leaders of the earth in general nowadays?
What do I tell them? What did I tell? I would first pose a question. How can one be a ruler if he does not love people? Like a mother for everyone. Like a father for everyone. Rule means service to the state and care for the people. Nothing is difficult when you truly love and know your duty. It is the only way to be happy and content. If I could wish for immortality on earth, it would be only for the power of relieving the distressed.
After the great queen death, her old enemy and great adversary, Frederick the Great of Prussia, said about her.
She has done honor to her lineage and her crown.
And Sri Mataji called Maria Theresia a real Raja Lakshmi.
Shrimataji did not only talk about the Empress or realized born composers, but also about the Danube River And she said it represents the Tamu Guna, the left side, that opens our heart and the motherly quality shown by Maria Theresia. And we will now play for you the Blue Danube Waltz of Johann Strauss Jr. If you want, you can dance. Perhaps you remember, some of you will remember that 28 years ago, we had a waltz, Johann Strauss waltz concert in Cabela, in the hangar, with Shimataji, but in the hangar upstairs, on the other place. So, and also we stopped with the Radetzky March, so it has this tradition, and we're very happy, and yeah, I think Wolfgang would have enjoyed it a lot. So we want to dedicate this concert to our dear friend Wolfgang.
So let us give a big hand to this beautiful Austrian collective, and German, who else participated in this?
Italians, Cabela School. The family Hollaweg from Linz. Victor Vertuni as the Spanish king. Renzo, Italy, Laura. Did you know that Hans Kuna is a drummer? Carol from Romania, Cabela, Italy, Cabela. Engelbert of Austria. Vanessa as Maria Theresia. Was?
Und Mani, our maestro. Mani Schulz.
Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful, wonderful performance. So while we are setting up for the next act, the most beautiful act that we could wish for, and I would invite here Philip to introduce them. While we're sorting ourselves out a little bit, I would like to remind you about the Nirmala Arts Academy and the festival this summer, immediately after the Guru Puja. So the academy will be from the 15th to the 24th of July, and then we will have a Culture of the Spirit on the 26th and 27th. Maybe you will find there you are, save the date. Don't forget, please, we're going to enjoy each other's company and the journey with wonderful musicians. Thank you again to everyone who worked backstage, on stage, and the children that stayed so late. Can I invite here Uncle Philip? Please, let's settle down. We are going to assist at a wonderful concert. I'll find them. Thank you so much. Can we have some light in the hall just to start with, just before the concert? We just need... Yes. And also we can open the doors just 2 minutes just to let the air out. Yeah. Yes.
Transport announcement. We still need help on Tuesday because Tuesday there's a train strike. It's going to be difficult for some people to get to the airports or at least to Milan. So if anyone can help with transport to the airports on Tuesday or to Milan on Tuesday, that would be very nice. Abbiamo ancora bisogno di aiuto per martedì perché c'è uno sciopero dei treni. qualcuno che ha un posto per andare anche solo fino a Milano sarebbe un grande aiuto. Noi siamo qui al registration desk in fondo. If anyone can help, the transport desk is open now at the registration. Okay, thank you, Jai Shri Mataji. Shall I tell some jokes? Philip. Tell something about the train. Train jokes. Oh, sorry.
No, Philip.
Immediately confirmed that he would be very interested and he would come. And we had a wonderful concert for Shimataji with himself and a tabla player from Holland. And Shimataji was very enamored by him. And she said, "You're playing like your guru." And she talked with him a lot about Ravi Shankar, his guru, and how she watched Ravi Shankar as a young man learning from his guru. So she was very happy, and then thereafter we had many occasions to invite Shubhendra
to play for us and to play for Shri Mataji. Then he got married, and he married Saskia, who herself is a fascinating artist. She's a renowned cello player, and she then introduced cello into Indian classical music. There was a special cello designed for her. It's a bit shorter with an extra string, so she can actually sit while playing it. And she then started first by herself, then later accompanying Shubhendra, and they became a very famous act together, a Jugalbandi with sitar and Indian classical cello. And as she was the first cellist or cello player entering Indian classical music, she became rather famous and rather renowned. And for the past so many years, they have embarked on a very successful musical journey, and they're very famous in India. They have played many concerts, not only in India, but they are touring the world every year. And we are very happy that they had time and that they had agreed to come to Gabella and play on this auspicious occasion of the 55th Sahasrara Day. So let us all give them a big hand and a big welcome. And perhaps we can open the curtain at some moment so that they can see us. Okay. They are tuning their instruments, so it may take 1 or 2 minutes. So it is very fascinating to see these kind of musicians, and this is also why Shri Mataji liked them so much, because they live entirely for their art, and they feel totally obliged to this culture, to the classical Indian music, and also to the lineage of their gurus, of their masters. While Shubhendra had studied with Ravi Shankar, Saskia has actually learned with Hari Prasad Chaurasia, whom many of you may know as a very, very famous flute pandit in India. So since both of them have arrived, they have arrived on Thursday, and since then they are sitting in their hotel room and they are playing music all the time. And they are rehearsing, they are composing, they are playing. They live and breathe music, and this is their life, and they feel completely obliged and committed to that purpose. And this is also what Shri Mataji had so much appreciated, that these type of people and musicians would carry on the beauty of Indian classical art and spread it all over the world and bring it to so many countries and people who love this music and enjoy to listen to them. So I will not bother you much longer. Let us wait 1 or 2 minutes until they have settled down and the curtain will open, and we will surely be able to enjoy a wonderful concert. And I thank you all very much for staying on, for showing respect to them, and for giving them all your attention and all your benevolence and all your vibrations and thoughtless awareness, so that they may play at their best. Thank you very much. Jai Shri Mataji. While we are waiting, I would love to share one more piece of information about Shubhendra and Saskia and the purpose, the additional purpose of their visit here. During COVID, both of them had spent a lot of time developing an Indian curriculum of Indian classical music, a full school curriculum from first to fifth class. So for children in preschool and beginning of school age. And they have developed a whole complete body of learning together with music instruments, booklets, teachers' courses, programs from class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. It's a complete curriculum about Indian classical music called Sangeet for All. And it is just now starting to become very well known. It has been implemented in many Indian schools already. They already had more than 10,000 students. Going through this curriculum, and they have now also come to introduce this curriculum to Kabbalah school. And they had two sessions, one on Friday with all the staff of the Kabbalah school, where they introduced their curriculum, introduced the materials, the equipments, the methodology of teaching, and also the methodology of teaching teachers, and so on and so on. And yesterday they had a beautiful workshop with the children of Kabbalah school, and the feedback I got, and maybe somebody from Kabbalah school is still here and can share with you how it went, but the feedback I got is that it was a beautiful interaction with the children and they liked it very much. And now let us wait and see whether this can become actually a fixed part of our children education or whatever collaboration we will agree on. But I wanted to share that with you. It's a very beautiful further aspect of their visit in Kabbalah. Thank you very much.
Okay, we should be there.
Salutations to Sri Mataji, our Sahajiyog brothers and sisters and children. It is indeed always been such a pleasure for us to come and play here. It's a very holy place, and we feel the vibrations. We feel the energy that all of you give us through the blessings of Sri Mataji. Like Philip said, like Brother Philip said, I've had the great fortune of playing for Sri Mataji from the early 90s. And my first visit to Kabela was in 1995, so 30 years ago. And in these 30 years, with her blessings, and of course, a beautiful, wonderful musician, mate, the journey that we have chosen to be with music, to be with children, and to be with the spiritual aspect is something so divine. And we always feel, and that's why whenever we, Philip and I, we are in touch many times, whenever he calls and says, I think you should come, we always make sure we come, because we know that when we come here, we also go back with a lot of positive energy. We don't come here to perform. We come here to give our offerings. And our offering today will be starting with Raga Hemant, which is a beautiful evening raga that was composed by my guru, Pandit Ravi Shankarji's guru, Baba Alauddin Khan, whom Sri Mataji told me when I played for her in 1994 that she knew very well as a small little girl herself, because they used to live in the same area nearby to each other, and sometimes when she would walk around, she would listen and she would hear my guru learning from Baba Alauddin Khan. So we thought it is most appropriate to play something, a creation of his, for all of you this evening. And in the traditional form of our music, Saskia and I will first play the alap, jhod, and the jhala on the sitar, and of course a new instrument that Saskia has created, the Indian cello. Second half, when the wonderful Nihar Mehta will join us, we will play initially the 10-beat cycle called Jap Tal. So Rag Hemant as our first offering. Thank you.
And yeah, wow, that's loud. Can I have a little less reverb? A little bit, a pinch. A little less, please. Still a little less, please. I think it's echo, not reverb. Perfect, thank you. Can the tabla have tabla in his monitor, please?
in his monitor. Thank you.
Can we have a little less of the tabla in my monitor for sure? And from the sitar also a little less of the tabla. Still a little less, please. Not in the tabla's monitor, just ours. In the tabla monitor, keep it nice and loud, please. Yeah, are you good? Wonderful. Thank you. Are you okay?
Jai Shri Mataji. It's wonderful to be here this evening, this night with all of you. The second raga of the evening we will be performing, or offering, I should say, is a raga from the South Indian tradition, Rag Charukeshi. Before we start that, I guess you can see that this is not a regular cello, as you saw earlier, being played on a chair. My journey with Indian music started over 35 years ago. And my very first lesson in Indian music, my Guruji was sitting on the floor and I was seated on a chair. That's not the right equation to learn clearly. So I made very sure the very next class I could sit on the floor as well, with the big cello. Since then, both I and the instrument have come a long way, I guess. And this is a completely new instrument which I designed with a wonderful Dutch violin builder in the Netherlands. And it has 5 playing strings. And for the observers, this can be tuned either to the fourth, the ma, or now, as was with the first raga, and now I've tuned it to the pa, the A. So 5 playing strings and these beautiful resonating strings. Thank you. I should, of course, also mention what tal we're gonna play. In Rag Charukeshi, we'll stick to teen tal, vilambit, slow, a little faster, and very fast. Rag Charukeshi.
Thank you so much for this amazing masterpiece that you gave to us. You'll get our spirit and our heart to enjoy and to suck all this beauty. And this will allow us to really be ready to receive the darshan from our mother. So thanks to Mother that allowed us to meet you and to be able to enjoy your art and your special qualities. Because, I mean, all this interview is just so special, and it was such a long time that we waited for you again here. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot. It means a lot to us. Thank you, Mother. Maybe they need more water. Yes? You need more water? Yes? I haven't touched it. You haven't touched the water. Do you have water? I need some.
Then which one? Some composition is better. Bharani, which?
Saskia and I are also we like to push boundaries within the classical tradition. And one of our recent compositions that we did was a piece called Song of Water, where we took the paintings of great Indian artists and Dutch masters and interpreted them through music. And all the theme was based on water. So the second phase of that composition was, as I told Philip once, that recently we had the opportunity to compose for a full Philharmonic orchestra. And Saskia wrote the whole score for the orchestra, and we performed that in Brazil last year with the Brazilian National Orchestra. And one of the pieces which talks of love and celebration. And I think that's all what we have here. That's the most beautiful thing we can share, love and celebration. So we're going to play an excerpt of that so that we enjoy it all together. Thank you.
I just want to say something very short. So, I mean, from the bottom of our hearts, it was, an unbelievable concert. And thank you so much for your magic. And it is clear to us that you are a phenomena in the world of music. Something like U2, it doesn't exist except of U2. And your marriage is obviously made in heaven, because it was meant to create this beautiful, duet between East and West in such a beautiful, unique jugalbandi that is a sensation, I must say. I mean, the sound you create, the way you both harmonize, Saskia, the way you are so fully into it. It's so beautiful to see and watch you and to hear you. And again, thank you very, very much. We feel fortunate and privileged that we could have you, and we hope to have you again in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So while we say goodbye to them, we will see them later. Yes. Let us finish our evening program, keeping the attention on our mother, thanking our mother for the joy she gives us, for all the vibrations and blessings that she bestows on us, giving us the joy of art, giving us the joy of the spirit, giving us the joy of each other, and thanking our mother for receiving us, all of us, in our Sahasrara, to allow us to express the beauty of Sahasrara through our doings and through the love that we have for each other. Dear Mother, may we always be these petals, colorful petals at your feet. May we always be fragrant with your inspiration. May we always be available to everyone to express your love. Thank you, Mother. We can say the 3 great mantras.
Tvameva sakshat Shri Mahalakshmi Mahasaraswati Mahakali Trigunatamika Kundalini Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Kaliki Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti
Shri Sahasrara Swamini Moksha Pradayani Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Shri Nirmala Devi Namo
Thank you again to all the artists that participated to the program tonight, and all the tech crew and all the technicians that help us to go through the evening. Let's give them a big hand with our heart. Thank you.